Hello, hello, and welcome back to another episode of Faith in Despair. Today, we're going to take a look at the secondary effects of the trigger Lacrima once again. Last time we added the basic systems, so now we can just fill out the content and stuff. I thought about adding a few more, but I'm not sure yet. Maybe the percentage sounds interesting, but I'm not sure about elemental damage and chance and buffs and debuffs. Maybe I will add them later, but I'm not sure yet. The thing is, if it just says 5 buffs, it doesn't really say anything, but received 5 buffs received. That feels a little bit too long, and might have inflicted. I have no idea. So yeah. And the thing is that I want to keep this very brief. So 1 word ideally would be quite enough. And I'm thinking of adding these 2 at least. So then we have percentage based increases and decreases, I don't know. But yeah, let's take a look. And then we're going to make a list of all the triggers. We're going to write down if they are rare or not, the rarity in general. And then we're going to fill out a giant spreadsheet and make sure that all of the triggers have a special setting. Okay, let's open up Visual Studio. For some reason my nose decided to be itchy now, so it's just one more thing to worry about. It's fine. So where did I add this last time? I think it was in material relations. Yes, start boost discount costs. Oh, and the other thing that I need to look at is this should not be on the enemies. So yeah, maybe we will do that first. Or maybe we'll do the other thing first. Yeah, let's do this percentage first, and then we'll take a look at the enemies. So we have get this start boost, despair. So now we can say these 3 and just say percent. I think the cool thing about these is that it just gives it an additional lever of to balance stuff, because percentage is in theory much more powerful than just a static number, right? Despair costs, I don't see the benefits here. Hello Tarok, how is it going? How is it going? How is your day? I'm currently implementing more of these secondary statistics, and then we're going to fill out the content. Hello, hello. Attack percent, HP percent, values percent. I have to work again, but I don't want to. I feel that in my bones. Start boost, despair costs -1. So we're just going to say Lacrima values percent and percent. Let's just say 50, 30 and 40. Very nice. And then we're going to see where this is referenced. Oh my god. Let's copy all of that. I'm so glad this is working again. If start boost attack percent, it's not null. That's good. Percent. Keywords add. plus percent. Cool. Same here, percent. Percent plus percent, and Lakoma values percent is the same. Percent plus, and that should be it for this part. Now, how about this one? Get start boost attack, HP, and Lakoma values. Copy all of these and make them work with percent. HP percent, Lakoma minus percent. Yes. And then we're going to check out all of these three. Level zoom. Get stat boost attack. Okay. Where is that used? I guess I want to make another function. Maybe. Let's say percent. This is a little bit awkward, but I will copy it again. Don't do this at home. Percent. I guess I can make a general function out of this, but at some point I always still have to check if what I'm looking at or what I'm looking for. Percent. I'm just gonna rename this to start boost, I guess. Percent. Same here. Oh, that's interesting. It finally happened. The lake remix was right before the lake. That's funny. Lakoma values percent. Prozent. I guess one way to make this better is to use subclasses and stuff like that. But even then, you still have to have a giant if. It doesn't really help. Oh my god. They are up early today. Attack percent, HP percent, Lakoma percent. Okay. So let's YouTube is also back. Welcome back, YouTube. Always takes you a little bit. So attack percent, but we need to say when this is the percentage. Okay, we need to be careful. If this is 20, then we need to say divided by 100. Or actually, oh wait, current attack times times divided by 100. And then we will turn it into an int. Ceil to int? No. What is the other one? Round. Round to int. That was almost gone. Okay, round to int. We say how much of that, which is, if we have 20, divided by 100 is 0.2. And if I have 10 attack times 0.2, that's 2. Yeah, that's correct. Cool. All right. Now here's the thing. Do I want to add this to the function? Because then we can say get start boost, attack percent, current attack. And then we can say start boost is or just say return value int current attack start boost and then return the return value. Maybe that's a little bit better. I'm not sure about that. I think the other way around is better. I believe it is. It's a little more awkward, but at least then this only does one thing. Okay, let's do the same thing for the other ones. Attack percent, HP percent. Current health plus equals get sub boost attack HP percent 100. All right. And then we do the same for Lacrima values. Where is this used? Alle Verweise suchen. Return value. Times card. Lacrima value is percent. All right. So now we have 3 more values to play with. Let's see if they're actually working. That would be nice. I'm going to say 50% on all of them, because I think that makes it easier to test. Enemy debuff, on buff and debuff, okay. All right. Let's hope that Unity can work with that. It's fine. So we need on enemy debuff and we need on buff and on debuff. Actually, I was playing around the last time. Should I try and finish it? Maybe I should. Let me try to finish that one. That's good. 3. Oh, here's something that looks a bit off. Why is the effect behind the card? That is a bit weird. Immunity effect. The particles are fine. It's just the boss immunity is behind it. I guess it needs to be -2. I mean, I can try that. Immunity effect -2. Prefabs, card, immunity effect. Okay, it doesn't say here, so we need to check out the card. Like this. Immunity effect. Where's the end? Immunity. There's no script here, so I'm wondering what... I'm wondering what spawns that. Maybe card manager? No. Maybe it's referenced somewhere? No. That is weird. Let's check out status effect or remove status effect. There's a function for this. Status effect. What is the function called? I guess it's called IE numerator reduce status effects. Yes, there it is. And then we can say if immunity show immunity effect. Show immunity end effect. There it is. This is on the card. Okay. There it is. Yes. There we have it. I don't know why that is, but I don't know why the sprite is behind the boss now. I assume it's not in the current build, so that's weird. But anyways, there it is. Give me a demon, please. I will get damaged, but that's fine. Okay, we have 4. We have Nudge. Nudge will actually help us here. That's good. So one of the things that I was thinking about. Hello Varric, how's it going? One of the things that I was thinking about is changing the gameplay a little bit. Because people find it a little bit too difficult, too random. Which is, you know, gambling is random. But I was thinking about, I don't know yet, but there are ways where I can try to improve it. Oh, that's just started with that. That's cool. So one of the ways that I thought I could improve it is, I think the main problem is that when these dice are not matched, then the enemy is actually going to hit you in the face. So I think what I can do is I can still let it block the enemies when you have a creature here, but the number on the dice on the card actually affects the values on the card. So for example, if you have a 1 here, then all of the values are reduced by 25% or 50%. Let's say 50%. So you have an incentive to make it bigger, at least. But yeah, I'm not sure yet. I am not sure. Because I think I really like this current system. So I'm not sure yet. But I can see how it can be too much. And the other thing that I was thinking of is adding a new starter deck. So when you play the journal, it doesn't feel as long, because at the moment you have to play that 6 or 5 rounds per starter deck, and if I added another one, it would be a little bit better, I guess. Just a little bit. All right. This looks very promising, at least. Let's try it again in our hand. No. Tiny? No. Just doesn't want to do it. There it is. We won. Okay, the boss simulator is fixed. Let's take a look at the changes that we made to the percentages. We're going to start a new run. I need to change that as well. Oh my god. I just realized yesterday in the evening that I have so much to fix. So many things to change. It's actually a little daunting sometimes. Material inventory. We need on enemy debuff. On enemy debuff. Add to inventory, please. Then we need on buff. There it is. And finally we need on debuff. I got it. Plus 50% HP, plus 50% attack. Cool. So does it work? This should be 9. Yeah, it works. This should be 30. Yes. And luck noise plus 50% is, I guess, 7. Yeah. Cool. Very nice. Alright, this gives us a lot of things to work with. I believe stat changes are the best way to have secondary effects. Let's take a look at the card again and see if we can do anything else. I mean, we can also add the... We can also add the elemental plus whatever. It could be interesting. We have only these values, yeah. No, there's no other thing. I mean, there are some crazy ones where we can say locks all other Lacrima or whatever. Locks all other slots. But those are maybe too advanced. I'm not sure yet. Oh no, not lock, but crack. Disable. Disables one slot. Disable a slot. That could work. But not if you... Disable slot. 1. Disable slot 1. Or we'll just say slot -1. Yeah, but I think this is too specific. I think stat changes are fine. So let's make a list of all of the Lacrima that we have. And I think I just want to check it out here. I don't know, does this help? I really like the new card background. I mean the description background. I think that helps a lot. No, I don't want that Windows, but thank you. Okay, I think we're just going to make a list depending on from the materia relations or rarity. Yeah, okay, I think this is it. That is a lot. The thing is, I don't know which of these are actually still in play. So maybe, I don't know what's faster. I don't know what's faster. Maybe I can just take the list here. And we're just gonna make a list in this one here for now. Collection Lacrima. Yeah, I think this is fine. So we have damage taken. We have... Oh, that doesn't work? Okay. Oh. Unity? Where are you? Unity, where are you? Okay. Now it works. We have healed. Then we have death. And we have ally death. Enemy death. I'm constantly thinking which approach would be better. Just copy the list of the triggers, or then you have to cross-reference if they are still in play. Shielded. I guess this is fine. Spell plate. Creature plate. Phase loss. Phase loss isn't... Oh yeah, it is. Ally buffed. If it is listed here, then it is available for the player, so... Ally debuffed. Enemy buffed. Enemy debuffed. Probably my favorite. All of them. Buffed and debuffed. Alright, now we have Bloodied and Magic Hand. Then we have Deck Shuffled and Turn Begin. Deck Shuffled, Turn Begin. End turn and attack. I should probably make them, I don't know, sort by name or whatever. Enemy sleep and turn past. That would probably help. First blood and enemy healed. Card revealed and exhumation. Card revealed. Exhumation. Mourn and card discarded. What if... Here's the funny thing. I wanted to have a new starter deck called Magician. Where the focus is on card draw and discarding. But Magician sounds very much like a mage, invoker. Anyways, card discarded, then we have Lament, card played and provoked. Lament, card played, provoked. Dice rolled, enemy blooded. Curse triggered. Then we have odd turns, summon and blessing triggered. Alright, and then we have creatures decked. Phew. I'm going to put them all into a list. Oh my god, it's 41 triggers. And this is not even the final form. I want to add a lot more of these. Trigger effects. Paste it all. And then we're going to sort. Yes. So here we need rarity. Then we need HP, bonus HP, bonus attack, luck values, costs. And then we have HP percent, attack percent, values percent. All right. Phew. The question is if I should sort them by alphabet or by rarity. We will see. So The next one is, let's put this back to full screen. I don't think I need this anymore. What I need is materia rarity. There it is. Put this to the side, put this to the other side. And then we can say ally attack is ultra rare. Oh my fucking god. Ally buffed. Ally buff is uncommon. Death is also uncommon. I just saw it here. On enemy death is uncommon. First turn is uncommon. First turn is not here. Odd turn is here. I guess I can just go through a list like this. I'm not sure what's faster. Ally death. It's uncommon. Ally debuffed. Uncommon. Attack is probably... Attack is rare? Wow. Blessing triggered. Ultra rare. So I guess it's the same for all of these. Yeah. Okay, let's go through them. Card Blade is ultra rare on ally attack. Ultra rare. Then on enemy attack is the same. On Lament, creature shifted. It's not in the pool, thank God. And creature stacked. Where is curse triggered? Oh, that's uncommon. That's crazy. Fair enough. Then we have Bloodied. On below half HP, yes. That's common. And then we have on buff. It's uncommon. Card discarded. On discard card. Common, nice. What about card reveal? That's also common. Creature blade. I assume that's rare. Yeah. Damage taken is also rare. Then we have debuffed, spell blade, summoned, dice rolled is rare. On provoke is rare. Damage taken. On redraw, wow. I guess that's it. Then we have debuff. That's uncommon, yes. I guess all of them are, yeah. Shuffle deck is uncommon. End turn is... I guess all of them are uncommon. Is that true? Enemy buff. Ally debuff. Oh yeah. Enemy healed. That's common. Makes sense, I guess. Enemy sleep. It's also common. What about enemy bloodied? Common, nice. Enemy debuffed. Uncommon. Exhumation. On exhume? My god. On 2 Alice no, okay. What is the translation for this? Exhumation. On creature exhumed. Fair enough. That is uncommon, yes. What about faith loss? Hello, Jackneck, how's it going? We are currently continuing with the secondary effects. On first, damage taken. Oh my god. That's common. I guess I should... I guess I should have the same name here. On heal, yeah, that's common. That is common. Magic hand. On draw 5 spells. On first, secondary effect. Absolutely. Make a coffee stream. I mean, you can have some coffee while watching. On death. Also, hi, Aaron. How's it going? Jackneck, did you go to the audio meetup yesterday? Turn past. On no card blade. On 0 card blade. Went to the cinema instead, nice. We need the translation again. Yeah, I had so much work to do yesterday, I just couldn't... I couldn't go. What did you watch in the cinema? Anything good? On inaction last turn. Okay. How rare is that? Come on. How old are you? Wow, that's a hard question. I don't know. You can take a guess. Uncommon. Alright, so we have the rarity. Dum-ba-dum. Sinners was quite good, but I guess it was not what I expected. Not too happy with the ending somehow. Oh. 40-ish, that's pretty much on point. Sinners. imdb.com. I have not... I don't know. Did I see a trailer of this? Sinners. Wait, it's called Blood and Sinners? I guess that one. Oh, that's the German title? Blood and Sinners is the German title. That makes 0 sense. Testament of Enli. That's funny. Oh my god. That's cool. I really like the cover. I did see F1, yeah. I checked out F1 because they had a lot of really good camera work, right? They had some special developed cameras from Sony on the cars and stuff. Yeah, F1 was really good. Not in terms of story, the story was ass. But the driving sequences were really, really good because you really felt like you were on the track. The trailer for Anli is really good too. I will check it out after the stream. Story. Yeah, just I don't know why they even bothered. There's a new movie out that's called The Astronaut, but the original title is Project Hail Mary. What are the Germans doing? What are they doing? Why do they think they need to change everything? If one story was interesting. Absolutely. Sword. Can I do that? Yes. Oh my god. I've heard that this movie is actually good. Which one? The Astronaut? Project Hail Mary? Project Hail Mary. By the way, did you see the new the new trailer for Moana? There's why did they decide to make a live action movie out of this? I have no idea. It's I remember seeing a comment on the trailer on YouTube, and somebody said, in the future we are going to have live action trailer come out, the live action movie come out the same time as the animation movie. Why did they decide to make this? I have no idea. What were they thinking? That looks good. Why have I not seen that? Oh, it's not out yet. Is it? Oh, it's in cinemas. Cool. I need to watch that. Bum, ba-dum. Bum, bum. Because Dwayne Johnson needs to make another movie? You think that it's that simple? I think no two movies can have the exact same name in Germany, so if a movie called Sinners already exists, for example, they have to rename the new one or give it some subtitle. Oh. Moana Vaiana. Ah, yeah, that's true. I saw that, yeah. Big Hero 6 ist Baymax, ein riesen Tohuwabohu. Robowabohu, oh my god. Yeah. Oh my god. So I think I'm just gonna try a few things out here. I'm gonna give this 4. Card discarded. I'm gonna give this a 4 on the values. That's very powerful, I think. Card revealed. Could be a 4 here. Enemy healed. It doesn't happen that often, so I would say give this one a 5. Enemy sleep can be really cool because you have sleep, right? So it doesn't need that much, but we can give this a 3. Or maybe a 4 as well, I'm not sure. Enemy bloodied. Could have a cost -1. It happens... No, it happens 3 times, so this is actually not that bad. I would say just give it a 4 HP. Faith loss. Happens very rarely, so I'm just going to... Maybe this could be a -1 on the costs. First damage taken. Plus for attack, I would say. Guten Tag. Habe die Ehre. How is it going, task? Healed. Healed, healed, healed. Healed is not that bad. So I'm just going to increase attack by 3. Magic hand happens very rarely, so I'm just going to HP +5. How do you manage effects in code? Are they all separate classes? No. I don't know which effects you are talking about specifically, but if you're talking about the triggers, for example, if you have on death, then you can say if the card has the trigger on death while it is while it is dying, then it triggers the materials for itself. But I'm not sure if this is the question you're asking. On the other side, if you have action defense, for example heal, then this is just part of a giant for each loop because it goes through all of the materia on a card, and if it is a heal, then it will heal the target card, and it will also trigger the effects, the on heal triggers. Now the reason I did it this way, and this is a little weird, because you could say that you could move this to a different function, right? The reason I'm doing it this way, and I'm sure there are better ways, but the problem is that this is an IE numerator, and every time you have a yield return, it takes 1 frame to resolve. So the more yield returns you have, the more frames you will skip. And this is really, really bad, because there was a time where I had so many yield returns that the game felt so slow. It was really, really weird. So the problem with that is that I could have a separate function for this, but then I would still have to call the function like return heal or whatever, and inside of heal then I have this. But this is one additional frame skip. So I decided to just throw it all inside of this one giant loop. But I'm sure there are better ways. It's not even a switch statement, no. In this case, a switch statement makes it worse, I would say. Because if you have a switch statement here, And then it just says, then you need to do it here, and then it just blows up the code even more, I think, than just a regular if. But yeah, the one thing that you could do is, if you have the attached material as a, even if it is a class, you still have to yield return for every. It is just an additional frame. It's just very weird. Whenever you're using a numerator, IE numerators, it's just very strange. But yeah, I'm trying so hard to not like sound I'm making an excuse for this, but because I know there are better ways to do this. But yeah. I've been thinking about this a lot. I've been actually talking to somebody else, another friend of mine, about how he would fix this. And he also said, I mean, you could have a class for each of the Lacma, right? And then you can just say attach materia invoke, right? If it has an invoke function. But you still have to have another frame skip here. It's just so weird. And there is no other way to do this. I don't think so. I mean, there surely is another way to do it, but the other thing that probably could work is if you somehow work with a stack-based system. So whenever an action happens, for example, this and this, instead of yield return, you just add it to a stack, right? And then at the end of it, you go through a stack and just work through the stack actions. But the problem is that here you don't know what happens, because if you have other cards that have a trigger on heal, there can be so many things happening in this line alone that a stack wouldn't even make sense, because then you would have to change the stack. Because if you have a card with an on heal trigger and summon demon, and then you have another card where it says whenever something is summoned, deal damage to an enemy, and then when the enemy has a trigger when it says damage taken, do something else to all allies. So this line alone cannot just be in a stack anyways, because you would have to have a system where the stack can be manipulated while it is processed, and then I think you run into the same problem again. It's just really, really strange. It's just a very strange problem. But again, I'm sure there is a solution for that I don't know of. It's definitely a funny and interesting problem. Morn, I think, can happen a few times, so I'm just going to give it a 4 HP. And Shielded can be used very quickly for an almost infinite loop, so I'm going to give it 3 on the values. Inaction last turn. So this is not that good of a trigger, so I'm going to boost the HP values, or maybe the values themselves to 5. What's up with the spreadsheet? What are you balancing there? Oh, this is, so I want to give triggers secondary effects. For example, if you have, I'm going to show you. If you have a trigger in your card, and it's, for example, card revealed, right? Then this time it's going to have a secondary effect. For example, you have debuffed. The default thing is when this creature receives a debuff, but it also has a bonus effect for giving the creature plus 50% HP. So if you remove this, then it has 20 HP, but if you actually set it, then it has 30 HP. And I want to give this to all of the triggers. The reason I'm doing it is because sometimes you have triggers that aren't very good by itself. For example, First Blood. When this creature gets damaged the first time in a fight, it's not a very good trigger because it can only happen once per fight, right? But if this has an additional bonus, for example, +4 attack or whatever, then it has an additional value. And I wanted to do this because enemy attack, for example, is a very good trigger. So it doesn't require any good bonus values. But you still incentivized to use the more common triggers and whatever. You're gonna have to figure this out for my game too, I'm afraid. Are you working with Godot? Jackneck? I forgot. I think you're working with Godot, right? Okay, here's the thing. You can probably try talking to Max because he made Lost for Swords. And he, as far as I know, he made a sort of a stack that is manipulated while it is being processed. So that is actually a system that he made. So maybe you can talk to him about that. I find his approach was very cool, very useful. I just couldn't find a way to edit, to change my code in that way. True, I definitely talk with him, nice. Maybe at the next Godot meetup, maybe. I think he is going to be there. I'm not sure. We also have, wait a minute, I also have HP percent and attack percent values. First damage taken. Maybe we can set this to plus 25%. And card revealed could be bloodied. Let's set this to 25% as well. In action last turn. I mean, yeah, Morn, Magic Hand. Healed. First damage taken. So this one is... Are you going through them randomly, giving bonus, or did you make a system beforehand? This is what I'm currently trying. This is what I'm currently trying to do. I'm trying to figure out a bit of a system there. The general idea is that the common ones are going to have the biggest stat changes, and the further up we go in rarity, the fewer the stat changes are going to be. Because, for example, ally attack is a very powerful one, so I might not even give it a bonus. Maybe I will give it a 1 or whatever, but that's not even relevant. Because, again, these triggers are very, very good. And I just want to give the other ones something to give them additional value. I'm in the process, yeah. Ultra common is also something that all of them need a bit of a stat boost, yeah. Yeah, I'm currently trying to figure it out. I think I'm going to start with 5 on the common ones and then go to 4 or whatever on the uncommon ones, and rare maybe 2 or 3 or whatever, so it at least has a little bit, but not that much. And ultra rare, I think I'm not going to add anything because they are very powerful. The original idea was to do it the other way. Give the ultra rare triggers like additional the spare costs of maybe +3 or whatever, and the rare got +2, and uncommon has +1 and stuff like that, but it didn't feel fun. So I was like, this is not a fun system, but buffing the common ones and buffing the uncommon ones, that is, I think, the fun, the fun direction. All right, I will be right back. All right. You could also put them in different categories, like I said, can trigger often, not often. Yeah. So yeah, let's try that. Bloodied is 1, like once per fight or whatever. That's very low. Enemy attack +5 often, first blood -5. Yeah. Let me try that. That's a good idea. Card discarded can happen not that often, but you can make a bit of a loop there. So I would put it at... So I'm going to use a scale of 1 to 5. I would say this is a 2. Card revealed. That can happen a few times, but not that much. This is a 2. Enemy healed. I would say that's a 1. Enemy sleep is a 3. Because you can build a loop out of that if you have sleep. Enemy planet. That's a 2. Phase loss rarely happens. First damage taken is a 1. Healed can be a loop. That's very strong. Magic hand. It's a 1. Mourn is also a 1. It's not that often. Shielded is a loop. Potential loop. I really have to say I enjoy Crimson Desert. Nice. So what are you enjoying? Are you a lost cause? Why? I thought everybody likes Crimson Desert. It's a sandbox RPG. Oh, so you're saying you're lost in time because of that. I don't need much. I pick story. Yeah. I mean, all I will say about that is there's a reason why Minecraft is a huge success. Minecraft also doesn't have a story. On attack is pretty good. All those gameplay systems they implement really hook me. Nice. It's so massive and so much to explore. There you go. I feel like so attack by itself is it can happen once per turn, right? But I would still give it a I still wouldn't give it a lot of start boost because it is a very it's a very boring trigger. So the reason I'm adding these is because I want to incentivize people using triggers that you have a bit of work to do to make them work really well. And attack is something that even if it doesn't get triggered that often, I still wouldn't give it a lot of start boost. So I think this is where the system falls apart. I guess even then damage taken is a 3. Creature played is maybe a 4. Dice rolled can be a 4 if it's in the provoked is also a 4. Spell played is definitely a 5. That's a very good trigger. Summon is a 4. Ally attack, that's a 4 as well. Blessing trigger can be really, really good. If you have a lot of blessings, for example, I would put that as a 4. Card blade is a 5. Creature stacked is a maybe a 3. Enemy attack is a 5. Lament is actually not that good. I would say 3. So I think what we can see here is that the rarity by itself is already more or less saying what this number is saying. Ella buffed is honestly very good. Ella death is not very good. I would put that as a 1. Ella debuffed is a 1 as well. Buffed is a loop, a potential loop. Curse triggered can be really good, but I would say it's a 2. Death is a 1. Debuffed is a 1. Deck shuffled is a 2, depending on if you have card draw or not. End turn is a 1, because it happens once. Enemy buffed. I would say that's a 1. Enemy death. Enemy debuffed is really, really good. I would even say it's a 5 almost. Twice with repeat. The people are bashing it because it looks like The Witcher 3 but doesn't have an epic story like Witcher had. Oh. The only thing so far that really bugs me out, more like it's going on my nerves, is this damn window all the time. I want to enjoy the scenery with trees almost looking like a dance crew. Oh. Hello Barian, how's it going? Yeah, once again, story is not that important, I guess. Story can be really important if you need extra motivation in a game. But usually, motivation is given in enough amounts if you just present the player with a goal. Present the player with a destination, for example, like just give them a map. And you will likely want to explore that. Exhumation can be very good, but it is limited to the graveyard, so it's a 2. Odd turn, that's a 1. Turn begin is a 1. Okay. I think what we are kind of seeing from that is that the rarity system, the rarity is actually a pretty good indicator. Okay. There's so much to explore, yeah. This is... I was fighting with a bunch of people and one of them kicked me down a cliff, and then I was down there, I was in front of a cave. Oh my god. It's a whole dungeon? Nice. Yep. A map is... You have a map here as well. As soon as you see a map to explore, then that's usually enough of a motivation. There it is. I wanna explore the villages and stuff. I wanna see what's happening over here. Maps are so good. Okay. Discord triggered. Okay. What are you doing? Thanks for the follow. Ich bin ja wohl ein Hype-Opfer. So you don't like the fact that you're playing games that are popular? My chosen victim has no map of the surface, it's only in my head. Nice. Very nice. I enjoy every game. Yeah, but what is your point then? Why are you calling yourself a hype victim? So I wouldn't give any of these any stat boosts, to be honest. Maybe Lament. But even that is... I don't know. Let's take a look at the uncommon ones. I know, because of people who don't like the game, I guess. I was asked how I would describe the game. I said it's almost like Red Dead Redemption 2, just in a fantasy world. Okay. Why? What was the argument against that? What was the argument against that? Ally buffed is a 3. I'm going to give it attack +2. Allied death. This one can be a little bit better. I would say it's a 5. Ally debuffed is... Maybe give the value as a 3 or 4. Buffed. Buffed can be a loop, so it probably doesn't require too much. I'm going to give the HP a percentage of 10. No, that's too good. Okay, I'm going to give it this one a 5. And this one I will give 25%. You would see that Crimson Desert has a perfect story, one of the best stories in our pop culture today. Somewhere talks about Red Dead Redemption isn't the systems they hyped about. I have no idea actually. Would you consider giving minor stats for the best Lacrimas or just pushing the lesser ones? I think honestly, I was playing with the fact that maybe Creature Plate or whatever could have an additional despair cost, right? There it is, cost. Creature Plate or Spell Plate could have an additional despair cost, or where is it? Enemy attack. At least give the 5 on something. Spell Plate, Creature Plate. There's also Card Plate. Maybe just give them an additional cost, just 1. Because enemy attack, Card Plate, and ally attack is also very good. Spell Plate, Provoked is also pretty good. Maybe I can give it a minus on the attack, whatever. Like -5. Something like that. I was thinking about that, yeah, but not that much. The reason I want to give it to enemy attack and Card Plate and Spell Plate and Creature Plate is because I want to kind of disincentivize people from using them too often, right? But I'm not gonna give them like +5 because that's not fun. +1, it might sting a little bit. It might make the choice a little bit more interesting, but not that much, you know. I had the feeling some people just want to bash the games up because they don't like it. Has 0 art style. 0 coherent art style. Yeah, if I have the option getting provoked, I will get it for sure. Absolutely, yeah. This is why maybe provoked and the other ones, yeah, a little bit of a detriment. But not that much. Is it really that bad? I don't think so. Crimson Desert. No art style, huh? I mean, that looks pretty sick. You can carry a pig, oh my god. Wow. Dude, that looks pretty good. I wouldn't say it doesn't have a coherent art style. I mean, you can argue that the red is a little bit weird. But what does it even mean? That looks pretty badass. It looks pretty good to me. I don't know what you're talking about. When you are ever done with Faith in Despair, do you have an idea for your next game already? Yes. So here's the thing. I'm currently already working on my next game, but it's just not announced yet. It's a very small game. I'm working together with a friend of mine, and we are hoping to have a demo out soon-ish. It's a very small game. We just experiment a little bit, you know. But other than that, so here's another thing. I want to update Faith in Despair for the rest of the year, and then we're going to port it to consoles. A friend of mine is going to help me doing that. And then I was thinking of maybe, so here, the main idea that I have currently is that I can probably reuse Faith in the fight system and the Lacrima system and use it for my next game. Maybe it's even just called Faith in Despair 2, I don't know. But what I'm seeing is that some players, they want a persistent deck. So what I'm actually thinking of is I want to make Chandelier, like this game. And I just want to have a map. Maybe it's auto-generated or not, I'm not sure. But I want to have a game like this where you can just walk around and maybe you have a little bit of a story, but not that big of a story. A story is just a means to an end, basically. But I want to be able to walk around, or at least select the villages or select some events on the map, and you have a persistent deck from start to finish. So it's kind of like Final Fantasy VII, you know, like a big campaign where you go through the world and whatever, and then you fight enemies and you get another Lacrima that you can put into your persistent deck, and then you just grow your deck over like 10 hours of gameplay. I think that would be really, really cool, because I've seen people, they play endless and then they keep playing with the deck because they don't want to give up the deck because they love the deck so much. And and the other one is I've seen another person play Faith in Despair, and at the end of one of the runs he was like, "Where are all my cards? Do I have to start over again?" I'm like, "Yeah, it's a roguelike deck builder. You always start over." So again, this just keeps telling me that people just want a persistent deck. And I think just having a world map like this and going through villages and finding, you know, very small story bits or whatever, it's just to give you additional motivation. I think that could be really, really funny. And have a villain like Sephiroth that you never meet until the end, but you hear stories about him, stuff like that. Could be really, really cool. Oh, demo, yes. The idea with the map for Faith in Despair, absolutely. Will it be a game that can be speedrunned? Speedrun? I have no idea. I like Etherlords. Yeah, exactly. Still have it on my list to play. Or maybe like Crimson Desert. It's also just a giant map to explore, right? I feel like Crimson Desert is Zelda Breath of the Wild for grown-ups. Does that make sense? because it feels a little bit like what if you have Zelda but it's not exclusive to the Switch? Well, how about PvP, players meeting on a map? I personally really don't like PvP. It's just I just wanna have a relaxing single player game. But I can see why PvP extends the game, the shelf life of a game. But here's another thing. PvP is nice until people stop playing. So at some point the game is going to die because there are no other players who you can battle against. So then you have spent many hours implementing a multiplayer system that nobody's using anymore. So I would rather just focus on making a good single player game. And shops where, shops where you can trade Lacrimas and stuff. Exactly, because in Chandelier you also have shops and stuff where you can trade Lacrima and buy new ones. Basically, you can just think of it like exactly like Final Fantasy VII. Final Fantasy VII has material shops, it has equipment shops, stuff like that. Co-op, I mean, co-op would be really nice, yes. I'm actually thinking about how to add co-op to Faith in Despair in some form or another, but I don't have a really good idea yet. It's a mix from Zelda and Red Dead Redemption and fighting like The Witcher and a bit of Dragon's Dogma and a bit of Monster Hunter. Nice. Faith in co-op. They picked a lot of stuff that worked in other games. Yeah, it seems like that. It seems like that. Also, how big is the team? Do you know? How big is Pearl Abyss? And what have they been making? They made Black Desert? What? Are you serious? They made Black Desert. Oh my god. Okay. I mean, surely they know how to make worlds and stuff. That's crazy. I didn't know that. I actually played Black Desert. Oh my god. Don't give me the game, Terok. I don't have time to play it. But thank you. You will, alright. It's just wait for a sale at least, okay? Because I really currently do not have time to play this. Für meine Rente, ja, okay. Makes sense. Hello Max, how's it going? We were just talking about you actually. We were just talking about how I implemented the effects and stuff, and how I'm just using a giant for each loop because because this is an IE numerator and every yield return is costing 1 frame and whatever. So I still haven't found a good workaround for this, but I remember that. Invitation precedes me. I remember that you had some kind of a stack system implemented that also could be manipulated while the stack is being processed, right? And Jackneck over here is working on an automation game, so he wanted to have like a few tips or whatever. And maybe he will approach you one day and ask you about that. But yeah. Maybe I will. Maybe he will. But on the other on the other side, I'm currently working on adding secondary effects to triggers to balance them a little bit more, to give players a bit more incentive to use the odd ones. Don't use Unity coroutines as my first tip, yes. See? Just as I said. Yeah, the coroutines, they're a bit weird. I was actually thinking about turning it into a kind of a stack or whatever that can be processed. But I think it would require a huge overhaul of the code. Which at this point, I'm not sure if it's worth it. You know. Huge refactor indeed, yeah. But on the plus side, if I had a system like that in place, I think I would be one step closer to having a fight preview, because then I could just, in the perfect world, right? If you have a stack system where you can just give it the entire board and then just let it play out on the side or whatever, or whatever, not on the board directly, but just let it play out in memory, then you can, in theory, exactly predict which of the creatures is going to die this turn. Even with creatures summoned and whatever stuff happens. And that would be the big benefit of that, because that is still something that I cannot do. I just can't do it. I can do a guesstimate, but that is not enough for a preview. I'm using Godot, so no Unity coroutines. One step closer to success. Oh, you talked to Martin who made Noah Prophet, nice. He also had an action system based on Unity coroutines and also had these issues, yeah. Yeah. So it's even like, even small things. For example, when I would like to have the following effect. For example, a card gets triggered. and the card has discard a card. So now I want the player needs to choose a card. Okay, the problem is the entire loop needs to wait for a player to make a choice. So how do you do that in a coroutine? The only way to do that is, I mean, almost every line in the coroutine, you need to have a yield return wait for, I don't know, this is a special function, wait for player action, something like that, right? But only if player waiting for player action or something like that. And you basically would have to do it every line inside of a coroutine because you wanted to wait, you wanted to stop. Yeah, things like that. It's just really, really weird. Whereas if you have a stack, then you could add a block that says waiting for player action, and then it just automatically waits for that to happen. So yeah, coroutines are very strange in that regard. Can't you somehow influence the running coroutine from outside? The only thing that I know of is that you have stop coroutine, where you give it the routine that you have saved. Routine is start coroutine. I don't know if you can pause a coroutine. Oh my god, they're talking about time scale, setting it to 0. No. It's just so. But here's another thing. A coroutine works as long as the game object is active, right? So maybe you can deactivate the coroutine, and once you activate it again, it resumes. But that is. I wouldn't bet on that. That seems very risky. That seems extremely risky. What? Yeah, that is the kind of worms, yeah. I have to get some food. See ya, Jack, and hello, Nixinali. How's it going? But yeah. This is the can of worms indeed. So that is the reason why currently when you discard a card, it is just randomly discarding a card. Such a convoluted thing going on here. We like convolution. Broke convolution. I have a stream in 2 hours. Maybe you want to take a nap. Curse triggered. Curse triggered can be really, really good. I'm gonna give it a 3 on the attack scale. Death. Okay. Death could also have a cost of -1. Why not? Yeah, on stream I call him. I really want to take a nap, yes. Do it. Debuffed. Debuffed is also really rare. I'm going to give it a value percentage increase. That would be nice. Let's just also say 25%. Deck shuffled is not that bad, because it is at least once per turn, and if you have a draw card Lacrima, then it can be much better. I assume I can just give it a bit of an HP boost. +4. I think I'm a cat below me, a Nepto. She is awfully active lately. She woke me up at 5 a.m. No. No. End turn. I would say end turn is okay. Enemy buffed. Doesn't happen that often. So we're going to give it a 3 on the values. Enemy death. Could also be 25% on attack. Why not? I will take her for the time, no problem. I will entertain her. Nice. Enemy death. Give it a luck hammer value of 3. Why not? Enemy debuffed. Okay, this one is really strong. If you turn it into a loop. So I will just give it a maybe 10% increase. Or maybe just 4 HP. Yeah, why not? I think she is interested in online entertainment. Oh. With a laser pointer and a fishing rod with a fish. Exhumation. Whenever you exhume a creature. Is pretty good, so I think I will just give it another attack of 2, huh? Why not? Odd turn, we are going to give it a 3. Wait a minute, what is end turn? End turn was a 2 on attack. Okay, so we're going to give it a 2 on the values. Pretty basic. Turn begin, it's the same, so we will just give it a HP of maybe 4. Okay. Now attack is pretty weird because attack happens once every turn. But it is, we kind of want to disincentivize people using it, so I think I'm also going to give it maybe I'm going to give it negative values actually. Yeah, I think I'm going to give it minus 50% of values. I do actually have such a rod with a small toy mouse. Okay. It's a favorite toy. Aww. She had a bunch of other small mice toys, but I have no idea where she hid them all. Cats are really good at hiding stuff, huh? Damage taken. I don't think damage taken needs a bonus, to be honest. Dice rolled. Dice rolled could use a bonus, maybe. I'm going to give it attack of 25%. Why not? Dice rolled. Oh my god. Task was actually referencing a very old dice roll here. You can dice roll here. I think it's just called dice, right? Oh my god. It's not in the list here? What the hell? Wait a minute, what? Oh, there it is. Why is it not in the message codes? Who made this? It was an EXP. Yeah, but it also works here. Oh, it just dies. It doesn't need dice roll. It just dies. Yeah. Any piece of furniture that is elevated. Under the fridge. It's always under the fridge or the couch. Yeah, any piece of furniture is elevated. Nice. Top web design. It's the best, right? Summoned. Summoned is not that bad. It is kind of like Spellblade though, so I feel like it needs maybe HP minus 25% HP, or we can also give it minus 25% on attack. Yeah, let's try that. And I'm going to give it minus 50% on attack for provoked. Because this is the rare one. Blessing triggered. Blessing triggered is not that bad, I think. Blessing triggered. I think we can give it a 10% increase on HP. Why not? Creature stacked. Creature stacked is a bit like card plate, but like creature plate. I would say, but it's not that. I could give this one an additional cost as well, but I'm not sure. Creature stacked. Not sure if I want to give it a bonus or a detriment. I think I'm gonna give it a bonus. A bonus to values of 10%. It's not that much, but it's a little bit. No, I don't think so. Wait a minute. Because it, in some ways, it is very much the same as creature plate. So maybe it needs to be a 1. Increase in cost. Yeah. Lament, on the other hand, is only when something died, right? Lament. Whenever this or any other creature dies. Okay, so this can happen multiple times per round. But it's not that bad. I guess we can give it a bit of an increase. Because then you have 25% here and you can cancel it out with this one. That's actually funny. It's actually funny. You can cancel these out. Maybe it's HP minus 10%. But it's not that good. If I had a choice between enemy attack and lament, I would probably choose enemy attack, so maybe it needs a bit of a boost. I think I'm just going to give it a boost on attack. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. I think this is okay for the first try. I'm going to add it to the game and we will see how it feels. Oh yeah. Make sure these are not active for enemies. Yeah, we still need to worry about that. Alright, so this is gonna be weird. Bloodied. First of all, I think I'm going to remove all of that again. I'm not sure if I should have all of them and set it to 0 everywhere, but I think this is too much. I think what I want to do is have a separate one over here. And then copy this. Set this to 0. Now you need a whole bunch of extra starts, damn. The system is already implemented. The only thing that I need to do now is just add it to this sheet and then it works. But on the code side, everything works already. So, bloodied. On below half HP. We have a 25 increase in... Okay. This is gonna take a little bit. This is gonna take a while, but it's okay. 25 increase. That's convenient, yeah. Everything is already prepared for this. Card discarded. Discard card. We have... I think I'm just going to put that over here. That seems to be good. And then I'm going to move that over here. Like this. Now it can work. Card discard gives us a value increase of 4. So Lakama values increase by 4. Then card revealed. Card revealed has a HP increase. Of 4. Enemy healed. Enemy healed. Oh, enemy heal. Has the same but in 5. With 5. Enemy sleep. Has a value increase of 3. Okay, so we'll go and take a bit of a rest before the stream. You're about to play a broken build? Oh my god. Unweight engine crashed while saving the entire project, resulting in the interaction interface.
Are you sure this is the right way?
Yes. Other logics to corrupt themselves. What? Wait a minute. Voices of the Void is made in Unreal. Or maybe you're playing something different, I don't know. But have a nice rest. Enemy blood has an HP increase. Faith loss has a cost of -1. There we go. I'm pretty sure I told you that Voice of the Voice in Unreal, alright. Sometimes people forget things, my friend. Then we have HP percent. $25. Healed. On heal. Attack. Then we have Magic Hand. On draw 5 spells. Yes. We're giving it an HP boost of 5. Morn. On death last turn. Yeah, there it is. Has an attack of 4. Wish you a good stream. Nice, thank you. May your project remain uncorrupted. Absolutely. Have a nice stream. Shield has a value increase on shield. Value increase of 3. In action last turn actually has a value increase of 5. Okay, we have the uncommons now. Ally buffed. There it is. Has an attack increase. Very well. Of 2. Just a little bit. On allied death. Has HP percent increase. Got it. 25. Ally debuffed. Ally debuff. Has value increase of 4. On buff has HP increase of 5. Curse triggered. Oh my god. Has an attack increase of 3. Then we have on death. I think this one is a really cool buff because it reduces the spare cost by 1. So this is going to be interesting. Debuffed. On debuff. A value increase of 25%. Wow. $25%. Will the value increase? Lakama or again also double those values. Will the value increase Lakama? Also double those values. Can you explain or rephrase that? I don't know what it means. Text shuffled. HP increase. I think I know what you mean. I think you mean if you have a modifier that says double, will those also affect those? Oh yeah. Yes. And turn. Attack increase of 2. Which is why the values are relatively small. Because, you know, you gotta be careful. For example, the percentage one, they are really powerful. Enemy buff. But I think that makes it even more interesting to decide what triggers to put on the creatures. Attack percent. On enemy death. Has a value increase of 3. Sure, putting a shitty lager on but having 25% HP is interesting. Yeah. I think so too. And it's one of those things that a lot of people have mentioned about the game. A lot of different people. Because people have always said, why, if I have the choice between enemy attack and on death, why would I take anything else other than enemy attack? So this is the answer to that, hopefully. We will see. But you know, just spicing it up a little bit. Will already help, I think, and hope. Start boost attack. The interesting thing about this is that they are also stacking. So if you have a creature with 5 slots, then in theory you can put in 4 of the triggers with stat bonuses. We will see how this affects the game. Odd turn. Every odd turn, dude. I think this needs a HP increase of maybe value increase, maybe. Just give it a 25% increase, maybe. On the Lacrima. Odd turn, because odd turn is like every other turn. Should make it more interesting choosing a Lacrima. I hope so. Then we have turn begin. Turn begin. HP value increases by 4. Alright, on attack. One of the most controversial ones. We are going to give it minus 50% on the values. Minus 50%. Wait, on the Lacuma percent. That's going to be weird. Creature played has a despair cost increase of 1. And we're going to have that a lot. Oh, I didn't set anything for damage taken. Interesting. I mean, damage taken is fine. It's also not that interesting. So if the incentive should be that people create their own synergies and stuff, maybe we also need to disincentivize this a little bit. I guess minus 2 on attack could be interesting on that one. Yeah, just a little bit, you know. It's not that big of a thing. Or maybe we will say minus 15% on attack. Just give it a minus 25. Minus 25. Oh, it's the it's the first one that I ever implemented. That's cool. Minus 25 attack percent. But yeah, this is going to be very interesting because I need to test this, of course. I mean, of course I need to test it. I'm just saying. When testing this, it's going to be very interesting. Hey, this is what it is. You just gotta feel it out. If I add a value and then I'm like, wait a minute, this is so my thought process was, this is the rare one, right? So you don't really, you maybe have it more in the later, like in chapter 2 or 3. And then if I reduce the attack by 2, it doesn't really matter because by then the creatures already have, I think, like 20 or 30 attack if you have Walker and stuff like that. So that is why I was thinking maybe just increase it by a percentage because then it actually affects you. That was my thought process behind it. And then I was like minus 15%. It's if you have 10, that doesn't really make a lot of difference. So 25% is where I landed at. That was my thought process behind it. Okay, dice rolled. We have the exact opposite of an increase in attack. I'm not sure I want that. Dice roll can be very strong though, so I'm not sure. But yeah, let's try it out. Dice rolled. It is what it is. If something doesn't feel right immediately. Provoked has attack percent of minus 50%. Oh, it's right here. Spell plate. Minus 25 on the values. Okay. I'm going to take a short break though, because the ads are coming up and I need to have a short break. Oh, what does dice roll actually do? So if you're playing Gambler, you can roll your dice on the cards, and then this trigger only exists when you play Gambler. But then you can build cards around playing dice and stuff like that. Okay, let's continue. Next up is Summoned. Is that true? Because, yeah, Provoked is already done. Alright. Summoned. Spellblade. Summoned. On summon. Has a value decrease of minus 25%. Okay. Fair enough. Ally attack. Has a cost increase of 1. Next one is Blessing triggered. Has an HP percentage increase of 10. Again, that feels weird. Like, just 50%. The other reason is why 25% is easier to calculate in your head usually than just 15%. And 10% is not enough. Alright, card plate. I feel like card plate and spell plate and creature plate, they almost have to be increased by 2. Card plate, because they are very strong. I feel like I'm gonna increase them by 2, yeah. Card plate, then we have spell plate and creature plate. Spell plate. That's the wrong one. Content and forget the sun. Yay! Summoned. Alright. Okay. So spell plate is correct now, yeah, right? Yes. It's still not that much, but it's better than nothing, I guess. Creature stacked. I'm gonna give it a 1, even though it's also very powerful, but it requires you to stack a creature, and even if you don't want it, then you have to move it away, so 1 is okay. On enemy attack, this is just a 1. I guess. Yeah. What about Lament? Lament is whenever something dies. Not sure if I should increase something here. It happens maybe 3 or 4 times in a fight. I guess we can, so because we have used HP 3 times and values, value percent maybe we will increase the value percent instead, but that is very powerful. No, let's just stick to attack, that's fine. Alright, changed it to 25. Cool, all of the values are now in the game, so I think what I'm going to do next is maybe play around, but first we have to make sure it does not affect the enemies yet. Laminate. These values will also increase in the altar? No. No, they are not affected by the altar. They are a completely separate value. So enemies cannot be affected by this. How do we fix that? Damn, why not? Because it already affects the values of the... That's a good question. Let me think about that. It is a separate value. It has the Larkamer value and the value of the lateral effect. That just broke my brain. Anyway, we will continue because currently affects the enemies as well, and I don't want this to affect the enemies or any other cards for that matter. Get start boost HP. So none of these should work if it's a... If not is ally and is it new that Twitch stops the stream when I have you on mute for a few minutes and have another tab active? I've seen that happen to me as well. Sometimes Twitch just stops the stream for some weird reason. Especially when it's muted or when it is when it's in a tab that is not active, like on a secondary monitor or whatever, but it's just in a tab over here. It sometimes just stops the stream. That's evil, I don't like that. I have no idea. Maybe it's not even a Twitch thing, I don't know. Because I feel like YouTube also does that. If you have a YouTube tab open, then it's sometimes... Have you seen there's a pop-up that sometimes appears where it says resume watching or something like that. Where it just asks you if you're still watching it or whatever. It is to save resources, yeah, I believe so. Especially because it's muted, right? So the thing about it is, so I've heard actually other streamers talk about this. If you want it to count as you lurking the stream, then you should not mute the stream. You should put it. You should put the volume at 1% instead. Because then Twitch still counts you as a viewer. Otherwise, if you mute the stream, people believe it doesn't even count as a viewer. Ah, okay. I don't know if that's true or not. It's just something I've heard. Get current health. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, no, that's okay. I'm just saying. That's what people are doing. If not is ally and it's not a creature, return 0. Should this be an and or an or? If it's not a creature, and if it's not an ally, I think this needs to be an or. Oh my god. This is why you should make a function out of this, Philip. Just make a function out of it. Don't have duplicate code everywhere. Hmm? Maybe you should make a function out of that. What do you think? Yeah, maybe. Okay, let's give it a try. Return, get start boost, attack. Int get start boost, string, stat, name. Having the tab closed and unmuted, it's fair to assume you're not watching it. Yeah, does the enemy have a tag or something, like has tag enemy on apply? Yeah. Absolutely. The thing is, if I say is enemy, return 0, then there are other cards in the game, because you have blessings, you have curses, you have a map card, you have spells, etc. Which is why I said I only want to check if you're not an ally and you're not a creature. So I wanted to approach it from that perspective. Because otherwise I would have to write if it's not blessing, or if it's blessing, or is curse, or is spell, or is, I don't know, map fragment, or is, what else do I have? Oh yeah, I also have the inventory. What is it called? What is it called? It's called Satchel card. I've seen a shot where somebody was tasked to fix a function in line 6540 or something, and he opens it up. Suddenly almost 20k lines for that function. What? A function with 20,000 lines? But yeah, I think it is, if it's not a creature, then we don't care. And we also don't care if it's not an ally. I think it needs to be an end. This is wrecking my brain. Anyway. We can say is ally creature is this. And then we would say if not is ally creature. We could make a function out of this. Or we can do this. We can put this in a separate bracket. Nice. Okay, we're going to rename this to start boost. Oh my god. And then, here's where it gets interesting. If, we're actually going to make a switch. Start name. Case. In that case, we're going to do that. I think I wanna have the relations. Fragmentos, yes. Somebody noticed. Yesterday in the freelance work, I also had some picture names. And there was a picture with a dog and a human in there, and I just named the picture Epic Selfie with Dog. Stuff like that, you know, it just keeps you going throughout the day. Relations, I think I'm just going to material relations. I'm just going to call it relations to shorten this a little bit. All right. Maybe they should be in the relations actually. Yeah, there's a lot we can do. Let's just try it out this way. HP. If it is HP, then we're going to use that. Nice. So we can turn this into this. Then we're going to call it Lakama values. Just turn it into a function, they said. It's gonna be fun, they said. Attack percent. Attack percent. We're going to just copy this over to the other ones. Remove that. HP percent. Lakama values percent. I'm so lost, and you why I never want to get into coding. Why do we all have to wear these ridiculous ties? Hello, Renderpunk, how's it going? So what I'm currently doing is I'm currently refactoring all of this into a separate function, because there was a lot of duplicate code, as you've seen. So what I'm doing is I'm just turning this into one function where it just goes through all of the values, possible values, and calls the right function on the other side. This saves a few lines, and it makes things a little bit easier, because for example, then you only have this one time And yeah, everything is a bit more streamlined. So we have removed duplicate code that was used 1, 2, 3, like 6 times or whatever. 1, 2, 3, 7 times. If not, is Ella in this creature, then it returns 0. Otherwise, it will always do that. Streamlining is the way of life. I agree. The problem is that we still have to do that in... Is there a function actually? Is ally creature? No. I mean, that would be the best, honestly. If is ally creature and save state. There we go. Then we can use that. If not, is ally creature, return 0. Okay, and now we can do that for the display as well. Bonus. From using Unreal, I know some little stuff, but very, very basic. Yeah, none of this is magic task. None of this is magic. I come from a background where I also never really liked coding. And all of this is possible. All of this is possible to learn. This is not magic. I mean, I can explain further what I did. It's really not magic. Basically, if you have a function that says test, and then you have let's see, get HP, and then it says return, I don't know, HP, whatever, but it also has if is creature. So otherwise return 0. So now you have get HP and then you have also get attack. So the thing is, you can see there's duplicate code, right? Actually, let's just move it like this. Return 0, return attack. You can see there's duplicate code, right? And usually what you don't want is duplicate code, because duplicate code leads to problems further down the line, because at some point you might want to say and is spell, and then you forget that you also have the same code here, and then you get into weird bugs. That is why you want to avoid duplicate code. And to avoid duplicate code, you can say function get start. Then you will just say start name. And then if then you can copy this over here. If it's a creature, return 0. This code doesn't make any sense, but it is what it is. And then you can have a switch case or whatever, but in this case we will just spell it out. If it is attack, return attack. If it has HP, return HP. Otherwise, return 0. This is the fallback. And now we can save this and we can just say return get start attack. And for this one we also have return get start HP. And now what we did, this code is only there once, so whenever we need to make an adjustment, we can only we only have to adjust this one line. And there's no other cases that we can forget. So this is what I did. This is what I just did. I just made sure that in the future, whenever I need to make a change to this, I don't stumble upon any lines that I can forget. Does this make sense? I think it was pretty straightforward. Oh, what is a switch and bool and so on? Okay. Well, bool is really just a boolean, and a boolean can either be true or false. That's all a boolean is. A switch is really just for example, this one right here, and then you have default, I don't know, 0, whatever. All this is just a fancy way of saying if background number is click 1, then we set material to 1 or whatever. I will just say 1. This is not a background 1. This is a better example, I guess. And this is just another way of saying this. Otherwise return 0. This is the exact same code. So this is the exact same of this one. It is just a preference. And I personally mostly prefer this one because it is much cleaner. It doesn't require any case and any break and no default. But it's in some cases switch is actually better. For example, for types or whatever, a specific what is it called? I forgot. But yeah, it's nothing here is rocket science. It's all pretty straightforward. Again, I come from a background of not wanting to code at all. And this is, yeah. What I don't like is when people make a big thing out of coding, when they are like, oh, you need to have clean code and stuff like that. And all that is gatekeeping. All that is gatekeeping. For me, I feel like coding requires more brain power that I can do. That is not true. First of all, saying things like that to yourself doesn't help, and it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. So you telling yourself that, and then finding, like, trying coding and stuff like that, and then failing in the beginning because you are a beginner coder, right? Then you will find evidence for that thing that you're telling yourself. This is not something that is helping you. On the other hand, you are working with very complicated DAWs. You know how to make music. You know how to apply effects and stuff. You know how to apply compression and whatever. You have a brain for all of these things and not for coding. That is just not true. You're just choosing to believe that you're not good at coding. Because this is not rocket science. Again, this is so easy. Nothing here is, why should a guy that is 16-year-old can do that and you can't? That is not something, I mean, this is just very basic if else, and this is just very basic instructions. Learning a new language is hard. It depends on what you want to do. Like Unreal has C++, right? I agree, C++ is very hard. C++ as the first programming language, maybe not the best idea. But if you use Godot, then you have GDScript, which is very similar to Python. That is a bit easier. If you actually want to begin coding, I would actually recommend JavaScript, because that is what I used in the beginning. JavaScript is like a gateway drug to coding, I believe, because it is so easy and it is so forgiving. Hello, Matt Choppy. It's the famous developer behind Fitness Bear. I know this guy. Oh my god, it's the famous developer of Shard of Gloom. Oh my god. Maki Dragon made Wow-Kleider with C++, if he can do it. Yeah, I believe, so yes, learning a new language is hard, but it's not. If you sit down for a week, I think you would be surprised of how far you can actually get, because coding it's just not rocket science. If you know the very basic simple things like if, else, switch if you really want, and then you have booleans and integer and floats, and then you know what a function is, and maybe you know what a class is. Maybe you want to have a while loop and a for and a for each. That's it. You know, if you know all of these things, you can get pretty far. You can make a game with all of these. I have a friend who has made several games and he still doesn't know what an array is. And I'm not laughing at him. I think this is amazing. This is just proof that you can do so many things, even with just the basic building blocks. C# is the best language I've tried. It's also the only language I've tried, but that doesn't change the truth of the sentence. C# is a really, really cool language. And I come from JavaScript, Perl, Python. I did some C++ and I did some C. I even did some assembler, but only with my wife when she was studying IT and stuff. I did some Turbo Pascal, and then I saw C#, and I gotta say, C# is really, really good. Honestly, I think it's my favorite language as well. All those languages have different ways to declare the same thing. It's so weird. Yeah, this is, I guess this is just how it is. No variables, data types, function declaration, function execution, events, you're set for life. Absolutely. Round brackets with nothing in them, semicolon before, after, it's all over the place. No, I think it's not all over the place. I mean, in different languages maybe, but if you want to call a function, then it usually is like this, right? In Python, you don't need the semicolon. That's fine. You also don't need it in JavaScript, but I would tell you to write it in JavaScript, just to be safe. Yeah, and then there's string notation. This is a string. This can also be a string sometimes. I think you can get pretty far, especially because if you're a musician and you're using filters and stuff, like all of this is actually a lot of math. So you have a brain for coding. That is what I believe. Because music is just math at the end of the day. And coding is just math at the end of the day. So in a way, they kind of go together very well. Remember, Ludwig, programming languages are just abstraction of ones and zeros. It's just humans. Yeah, it's just basic instructions. And again, telling yourself that you are not good at something is a self-fulfilling prophecy. You gotta stop doing that. It is not helping you. You can turn it around. You can tell yourself that you can do anything you want. It might be a bit too much, but it's I think it's better than telling yourself that you're not able to do something. They were invented by humans, absolutely. And a lot of people are using this every day. It's like okay, it's like learning Chinese, to be honest, or any language. There are so many people speaking that every day, so it should be possible, right? It should be possible. It requires a tiny bit of ego to become a programmer, but you at least gotta trust in your own prototypes until you refactor them. Yeah, you can also just be a bit delusional. That usually helps a little bit. There's a bit of I don't know what the curve is called, but I guess you guys know what I'm talking about. Where if you are, where's my cursor, man? This is the curve that I'm talking about. Where at the beginning you know nothing and you feel like you know everything, and then you know a little bit more, and then you're like, oh my god, what is all of this? And then at the end you're like, yeah, it's okay. It's okay not knowing everything. I don't know what this curve is called. But this is usually, this is beginner programmers. When you're a beginner, you feel like you know everything, and you can just do it. And at this point, you're not a senior programmer yet, but you have a very big ego. And then comes the downfall, and then you're a senior programmer. And the senior programmer is like, yeah, clean code is nice, but this is, you can choose not to use it when it's not really required or whatever. This is bell curve, yeah. The Dunning-Kruger effect, yes. And I've seen this happen with myself, to be honest. In the beginning, I was like, I can do everything. And over here, I was like, oh my god. I feel like I cannot do anything. And over here, I'm like, yeah, I can do whatever. I guess I can do everything, and it doesn't matter if it's clean or not. Or just get it out into production. Goes from you're too inexperienced to know how inexperienced you are. Yes. To you're experienced enough to know how inexperienced you still are. Yes. Another note on the spectrum, we also have analysis paralysis. Yes. Or imposter syndrome. Absolutely. Imposter syndrome is something I deal with every day, to be honest. To be perfectly honest. But the thing about programming is that, so I didn't like programming in the beginning, right? Because I just wanted to make games. Well, once you open up this can of worms of being able to program, I think there's, once you understand how powerful programming actually is, I think there's no turning back. Because it just allows you to make so many cool things. Like coding is one of the most powerful things that you can teach yourself, I think. Why? You successfully implemented hexagons in a video game? You're right, I should write it down and make a post-it and put it on my monitor. I think imposter syndrome tends to happen around the end of the Dunning-Kruger curve, which is kind of ironic. Yeah. I guess it is like that, yeah. Because the more you know, as you said earlier, the more you know about not knowing all of it, and it's like, oh my god, am I even good enough? I have an artist friend who actually makes incredible art, and he recently asked me, am I even a good artist? And I'm like, what are you talking about? But he's in so deep that he, you know, if you compare yourself to others who on the surface or whatever, on a subjective basis are better than you, then it's like, oh yeah, sure, there are always going to be better people than you. Comparison is also the thief of joy, by the way. The only thing that you have to compare yourself to is the you from yesterday. Now I realize how much I still need to learn, so I feel insufficient, absolutely. But the fact that you are thinking that kind of disproves the statement, yeah, maybe. Some people never get that realization and keep thinking they're awesome throughout life, yeah. That is, I don't want to call out anyone, right? But I sometimes see that when people start to make games and you have this, I'm sure I had the same air around myself where people just think they know everything and people know best and whatever, and you're just standing there and you're like, yeah. with the bags under your eyes, and it's like, yeah, just let them give it a try, I guess. And I'm not trying to talk down on anyone, but it's like there's a certain naivety that is actually really healthy in the beginning, because if you knew everything in the beginning, then maybe that would actually stop you from trying to make games. I think that would actually hinder you from doing that. Some people never, oh yeah, gotta eat. Yeah, all right, Matt Chubby, thank you for stopping by, and have a nice meal. Foolish optimism, yes. Blind optimism is definitely something that I had in the beginning. It's definitely something, because otherwise, how would you even start doing that? To be honest, even when starting Phase in Despair, I had absolute blind optimism. I was like, sure, I can make a roguelike deck builder. It's gonna take me 1 year. It's gonna take me 1 year. We can do that. I've made games before, it doesn't matter, you know? Blind optimism is sometimes good. But yeah. Card status. Add start booster text. There it is. We can just say return. Oh, I don't have the card here anymore. Hello Arithmeticus, how's it going? I'm currently working on secondary effects for triggers. For example, if you have an on-death trigger, then it can have an additional bonus side effect of giving the creature plus 4 HP and stuff like that. And I did that because I want to balance the triggers a little bit, because there is a trigger called Card Blade and another trigger called Enemy Attack, and I want to incentivize people using the smaller ones to build more combos and stuff like that. So this is what I'm doing currently. We are also talking about blind optimism and imposter syndrome and stuff like that. So if you want to try in on that. Do you think you have blind optimism arithmeticus? In some regard? You cannot answer that, because if you have blind optimism, then you wouldn't know. That's the fun thing about blind optimism. You're not aware of it. You're not aware of the thing that is happening. We have the card here, so I think I'm just going to add it here and say... No, wait a minute. Card status. I have to do it here, actually. Yeah. If card is... If not card is Ella creature, then we're going to do it. Fish aware water. Maybe if they're out of it, then it's like, oh my god, I guess this is not water. Yeah, that's a good question. Okay, this should work. Let's see it. Let's see it in action. It should not work on the enemies, at least. Then we have the gambler dice. I think I can try that today as well. Just looking at my to-do list a little bit. And yeah, go through all of the feedback. Maybe I'm also going to do that. Alright. We have HP plus 4, we have luck awareness plus 25%, a lot of things going on. But I don't want this to happen on the enemies, so we're going to go into a fight and check out the enemies. Also, we want to see, yeah, it's also on the goddamn blessings. Okay, let's fix that too. Only show it when it's an allied creature. Yes. Alright, let's try it out. Are you also playing Crimson Desert? I love making advanced third-person character controllers, which always lead me to nowhere. Talk about delusion. Why does it lead you to nowhere, though? Like, do you mean like there's no game at the end of it? So you're just implementing a controller and there's nothing around it? Is that what you mean? It works, but the thing is still cut off. I need to think about that. Cool. Been doing it for many years. I don't like to admit it. So when games like Crimson Desert come out, I'm always super intrigued, but instantly lose faith in humanity when I see how I mapped the default key bindings. What did you do to the default key bindings? The default key bindings. And you lose faith in humanity. Wait, does this not work? Does this not work? It does not? Okay, we need to fix that. They had to release a patch recently to revamp everything, basically. Oh. I mean, I know about the patch, yeah, because originally, like, even just moving the character around was laggy in a weird way. People started trying to rebind it, which led to even more chaos because there's so many modifiers in that game. You couldn't rebind controller, only keyboard at the beginning. That's interesting. Oh, I see what's happening here. I think I have a bug. I believe we have a bug, but where? Oh yeah, there it is. There it is. You can refactor your code, but then try not to add mistakes, right? Check out what I've got. What is that? Is it a safe link, Arithmeticus? Oh, it's a cat! Oh my god. There's a very cute cat. Kutsia? Does it mean cat or is it the name of the cat? That is very cute. Yeah, but I feel like they have turned around the ship with the recent patch, right? For Crimson Desert. I feel like they are on a good path now. Narcomal is minus 25%. It works. It just works. At least that's what the Steam review says, from mixed to positive. Oh, it is already positive? Wow. Oh, it's even very positive now. That is a big turnaround from mixed to very positive. Holy moly. It's like it's like the ultimate course correction. That is crazy. I mean, this patch was apparently what saved their asses. People want the game to succeed, just like Cyberpunk 2070. The upcoming GTA 6. Yeah, it's gonna come out. It's gonna break records. It's gonna come out. For sure. Very cute but relentless. If he's not sleeping, he's bouncing around the flat. Yeah, that's what they do. Yuki is kind of like that. When she's not asleep, she's usually telling you about her day. All the time. I don't own a PS5, no. Expectations around GTA 6 is to Mars and back. I cannot wait to see the character controller. What is your... I find your fascination with character controllers really interesting. Like, how many character controllers have you made? And are all of them for 3D characters or also like jump and run platformers or whatever? How old is Yuki? Yuki is currently 18 years old. Only 3D, okay. I haven't made any. I've made 100 and hundreds, but it's always the same. Why? You cannot make an MMO alone. Is that your dream game, IPO? Is that your dream game? Do you want to make a MMORPG? People might say that you can. You just have to use AI. Just use AI, my friend. Oh my god, that's so cute. I haven't seen that yet. Look how big Yuki is. Wow. I feel like I have never made a character controller before. Let me think. I did have a prototype that just uses a first-person controller, but I just had it copied over. I think it was actually the default Unity controller, whatever. I've never written my own. I did try to make a 2D jump and run character controller, but that is very hard. To make it really feel good to play. Honestly, my dream is a Tron clone. Very simple, and I'm doing it at the moment. Nice. But my 3D model friends all want to do bleeding edge third-person ninja robot stuff. Oh my god. Unity sort of ended up being a curse for you. Why? For bleeding edge, third-person ninja robot stuff, man, yeah. I have a huge respect for people who want to make a Dark Souls clone or whatever, because that requires a lot of work. I dislike the Rockstar character controllers in GTA 5 and especially in Red Dead Redemption. It's so unresponsive and full of inertia and forced animations. Yeah, I didn't like how it felt in GTA 4. There's a certain, I don't know, but yeah. Throughout the years, they've done so many weird things. Remember the days before Mechanim was implemented? I don't know about what is Mechanim? UI toolkit or unit being deprecated for 10 years only to be ran over by a third-party mirror and fishnet until they made their own totally complicated NGONE. Okay. I have no idea what you just said. You have no idea what these words mean. I have no idea what that is, but I have no idea what that is, or that, or fishnet, I have no idea. Or what is NGONE? Not to speak about the Rug Bowl CEO, the stocks being more volatile than ever. I know about dots. Just call it ECS with burst compiler. I never tried to make 3D multiplayer games in Unity. No, never went there. I stay clear of multiplayer. The only thing that I did was local multiplayer because, you know, there's no networking or whatever required. But yeah, no, I have no intention of ever going into the multiplayer. What, did they even develop themselves? I mean, to be fair, if you have an open system that allows people to make plugins and then you just buy the Ples plugins, like visual programming. Bolt also brought up system. Yeah, I did try Playmaker or something like that. That is also a Unity plugin. I'm gonna be right back. Yeah, I did try visual programming in Unity, but it was just... It was not good. Then I just removed Playmake from my project. Netcode for game objects, netcode for entities. Ah. In Godot, I would probably not try to coin some fancy naming for reinventing the plate, but instead you just call it networking or TCP, UDP or something. Okay. 1,000 times more confusing. Oh. Being a foreigner, not English native, some of these big words like dots are not helping. Yeah. I kind of have to agree on that one, but I mean, dots is a system I probably will never touch unless I really have a need for a lot of entities. I don't know. Like dots is not really helpful in terms of multiplayer, right? Is it? Oh, you said netcode for entities if you use dots. Okay. Oh, you work in QA as a test manager. Nice. Make sure you reconsider that when I pull 9,999 cards into my hand. Alright. Then we can talk about dots. If you can make that work in Phase in Despair, please send me a screenshot. I believe you can generate an infinite amount of cards, actually, so in theory you can generate 10,000 of demons and stuff like that. And then I'm sure the game will slow down a lot. Alright, so this is working as intended. The next thing on my list is probably Boundless Blessing Images on mobile is broken. Ah, okay, let's take a look at that. But is that it for the secondary effects? I guess this is it. The only thing that is missing now is an actual playtest and see how the values feel. But that is something for the afternoon or whatever. A game like Expedition 33 really gave me fresh perspective to game design. In what way? I'm really curious. I think what made... So the reason I played Expedition 33 is because the setting was so interesting, where it just paints a number and then everybody who is that age dies. That alone made me play the game. The rest of the game was interesting because you had a world to explore. The fight system was interesting because it was turn-based, and I really like turn-based games. And it did have some quick time events where you kind of have to feel out what the enemy is going to do, with parrying and stuff. But that was more frustrating in the end than refreshing, to be perfectly honest. I feel like, the enemy doing a little dance, and then it's like, no, now I'm gonna hit you. And it's like, okay, if you've seen this like 50 times, it's like, come on, dude. Why? So I'm really curious what you find refreshing, because I don't think it did that many new things. It was just packaged very well. The story was interesting. It had a nice hook. The UI was very cool. Like, it was very Persona inspired, I think. The characters, I mean, they all just blend it together in a weird way. Okay, let's make a mainly fighting game where you don't even fight. Real time, they diluted the combat to have the bare minimum, and it worked brilliant. Almost like they reinvented turn-based games. It did feel a little bit like they had a fresh spin on turn-based games, yeah, because I was like, are people going away from turn-based games? Even though I still like them so much, I just, Final Fantasy X it's just peak combat, I think. And again, it was so cool because my wife and I actually played Clair Obscur co-op. We just plugged in 2 controllers, and I controlled the male characters, and she controlled the female characters whenever it was their turn. So that was really fun. But in terms of reinventing them, are you sure? It just felt cool because... Is it just because of the QTEs? But again, those were actually kind of frustrating in the end. Did you ever try to zoom out? We spent 70 minutes spectating on one of the maps from one man to another. Wow. No, I don't think I ever tried to zoom out. I don't know why Clair Obscur got the reception that it got, to be honest. I just think that the package was really, really well done. Like the how it was, the style in general, and the characters look cool. Combat looks extremely cool. The animations are amazing. I think the characters, how they interact with the combat, all of the secondary effects of the spells and stuff like that, those were really, really interesting. So in that way, I think it was very cool. Like the combat system itself was really cool because the characters had very different ways of attacking. You can pause mid-cinematics and see from all angles. Oh my god. I take a screenshot, it's honestly depressing when you try it out. Oh, okay, I did not know about that. Is that a new thing that they added in a patch or whatever? I'm not sure. But I still say that Clair Obscur is what Final Fantasy 16 should have been. I will I will die on this hill. Final Fantasy 16 was not good, and when Clair Obscur came out, I'm like, oh, this is where Final Fantasy should have gone, like the direction it should have gone into. And maybe now that Clair Obscur was so well received, maybe we will see more turn-based games again in this style. That would be really, really cool. Like I would celebrate that so much. So my hope is that Final Fantasy 17 is inspired by Clair Obscur, and then, you know, we get another really, really cool Final Fantasy masterpiece out of that. Was there on a release? Oh. Reinventing is maybe too big of a big word. I never played much Final Fantasy, but I think E33 was enough of a fresh breath. Yeah. No, I totally agree. As I just said, I mean, Final Fantasy 16... Final Fantasy got very stale in some weird way, even though they keep trying to make new stuff. But Claire felt really fresh. But I'm curious if it's... I'm just curious why. Is it just because of the packaging? Because the animations was good, the sound was good, the soundtrack was incredible from Clair Obscur. So maybe it was just everything around it that felt a little fresh, because it was not Japanese developers and it was not American developers. It was the crazy French doing something. Doing some real art, you know. It just felt very artsy, and that is what I think was what many people really enjoyed, because there was a certain soul in the game. Yeah, I agree. It was the atmosphere, the whole thing. The music was too damn good. Absolutely, dude. The music was so good. It was, yeah, a huge inspiration to me. Really, really cool. And the sound design in general, the visual effects, how the characters looked. It was just packaged really, really well. And again, some of the characters, like the combat system, also had some interesting stuff going on. If I remember correctly, you could add some modifiers to the characters and stuff like that, right? Sometimes I forget music is like 50% of a game. Yeah. I recently noticed after making my drone clone, which is dead silent. Absolutely. It's a bit of a running gag with me, but I always suggest that people, whenever they make a game or first start making a game, start adding sounds for all of the actions that the player is doing, and start adding at least 1 or 2 music tracks, because it's, as you just said, it's 50% of the game. Your game will just suddenly come alive. And it almost feels like a cheat code, because it's not that hard to add some sounds and stuff, right? Even if they're not the final sounds or whatever, but just adding something, and the game will be much better with it. Let me check out my giant Excel sheet. I think, yeah, I've added all of these. So the next step would be to test it out. Let's see the Boundless Blessing image on mobile. Maybe there's something we can change. But I'm really looking forward to what you're going to do next. Because now, I mean, they kind of have to make a sequel or whatever, right? I mean, I don't know if it makes sense story-wise. But I think they have to make another project that is in a very similar fashion. And I believe it's only going to get better. And again, I hope other companies take note and they make a turn-based game again. Like maybe Final Fantasy 17. Dude, Final Fantasy 17 that plays like Clair Obscur, but it has the Final Fantasy tone around it. Please make that happen. I don't like Final Fantasy VII Remake, so just make another really cool Final Fantasy, please. Not here to promote AI stuff, but if you're less capable of or like to dream big, I recently had a ton of fun making games in AI Studio. You know, AI is a big thing. A big talking point. I recently saw a video where the guy was talking about. He believes that we are about to see a kind of a renaissance, kind of an art renaissance, where people will actually seek out things made by humans, because we're going to get drowned by AI slop, and I think that might be the case because you also see that for people who still love vinyls and stuff. But I also believe that the vast majority of people will be happy with just Balenciaga AI generated videos. I guess we will have to see. But I don't know if you saw the Balenciaga video, the 8 minutes long Balenciaga movie skit. In the future, people are just going to direct their own movies with AI, and there's still going to be some human intent behind it. So I don't see that going away. I see that as the future. I think, even if I don't like it, I don't know. And I also believe that Hollywood is going to use AI for a lot of stuff, for things that you don't even see or don't even recognize. It's just gonna be there and you don't even know it. AI Studio can make advanced AI bots. It can do multiplayer. They host it for you, ready to test. In the browser with friends from the get-go. That's insane. I agree with what you're saying. Luckily, Sword shut down. Oh. Excuse me, which video? I did watch it after you mentioned it. It was something. Yeah. I cannot wait for the next episode. It was the Balenciaga video. It's an 8 minutes long video that was AI generated, but it is, I don't know. Certainly kind of a benchmark to see where the technology is right now. It is fascinating. Even if you don't like it or don't agree to it or whatever, you kind of have to admit that if a 16-year-old in his basement can make the next Harry Potter movie or can make the next Lord of the Rings movie just by directing an AI with several actors and stuff like that. And because I feel like the dialogue was written by himself and stuff like that. So if you write your own dialogue and then just give that to an AI, so it still has the human touch and the human direction. Again, I feel gross thinking about that. Like, I don't know, but it is just it is still having an expression of human thought in some way. So I don't know. Will Harry ever find out that what is inside the purse? Will Harry win Miss Universe, etc.? Exactly. Like this is just a joke video, right? But it is kind of the start of something. I think it is showing you what's going to happen. Also, there was a video by, I forgot his name, but there's currently AI generated videos on TikTok that just gain a lot of views for no reason because apparently the story or whatever is fun to some people. Maybe it's just kids watching them, I don't know. But yeah, AI generated videos and stuff, it's, I guess, here to stay. Here to stay. And the same for AI generated games. I mean, I believe, again, even if I don't like it myself, but for prototyping, it could be a game changer, absolutely, because you can just prototype ideas very quickly. For production, I don't know. You can probably base your production code on top of AI generated stuff. But yeah, it's an interesting world. The one thing that I keep seeing is that we have gone from people exchanging websites for certain things that they need to just building their own apps. Sometimes they just vibe code their own apps for a very specific purpose. For example, there was a guy who required a very specific workflow for the way he taught himself a new language. So he just vibe coded his own app for his specific purpose. And that was so fascinating to me because usually you have to find somebody who can code or find a website that does kind of what you want to do. But now you can just create an app that does exactly what you want to do, which is, it is so weird and interesting. It wouldn't be Malsheep stream without some sort of AI-related tangent, yeah. For sure, personalization hell is maybe one of the scariest Doomer scenarios, yeah. Wouldn't have in any other way. The reason, I mean, this time it was not me who brought it up, to be fair. It was not my fault. But it is a thing that is just very, you know. Snape in the Balenciaga outfit is almost Trent Reznor. I agree. Dude, it's crazy actually. I agree. No, I like talking about AI because there's this weird thing going on where we are almost at a point where we have to redefine what things mean to us. And I think this is really interesting because if you let AI generate an image, do you feel anything? And then you go into the museum and you look at art that was made by somebody who lived 100 years ago, and he worked years on that art, on a piece of art. So what is the difference, right? And I think this is a really, really interesting topic to discuss. Why would I watch 100 customized movie to you when I can get 100% customized me? Exactly. Other information becomes something else. Yeah. We are already seeing that because people are using Gemini and ChatGPT for being their own echo chamber, you know, being their own yes man and stuff like that. Because you approach it and you tell it your problems, and then the AI will absolutely, I would say 99% of the time, be in agreement with you and say that, yeah, you're good and your feelings are true and whatever. And in the past, you had to go on Reddit subforums or into Discords for specific topics, right? To find other people, to have an echo chamber with them. But now you have your own echo chamber. You don't even need other people anymore. You can just live in your own weird bubble. Forget AI videos. I need your honest opinion on this video. That is actually so hilarious. Oh my god. How does this guy live in the van? Or in the truck or whatever? That is so crazy. But I just like how the cat is just chilling with him. It's so cute. We love Chill Cat so much, it's unreal, absolutely. Sort of, but we haven't done music in 7 years, so I'm worried if it will work out. Oh, some of the old stuff we did is very usable though, a bit like Savant style music. Ah. I wish I had 1% of his contempt with life. You mean the cat or the guy who's driving? But yeah. Will I in the future let AI generate TV series for me? I don't know. We already see this on, I think it was on Steam, right? There are some games that promise you to have like infinite dialogue or whatever because it uses AI in the background. Again, I would not play that because I think dialogue and story should have some kind of intent behind it. Like human intent or whatever. But maybe that is enough for some people and who knows? Soon, if Mara's not on, we can just generate a stream with guys in chat and everything. Yeah. Just let him drain on myself and on my videos. Will be tough to regulate AI in games, I think. Yeah, absolutely. I think so as well. At some point, it's just going to be here to stay. I believe. At the moment, whenever a game appears to have AI generated content, for example, Clair Obscur, right? People found out that they used AI to generate some of the textures and they got a bit of a bad response for that. But apparently they just used it for prototyping and forgot to remove them. I guess 5 years from now that's gonna be completely normal. I don't know. Only if the models are really cut. Remember what happened in Where Winds Meet? No, I have no idea about Where Winds Meet. Especially with DLSS 5 on top. Yeah, DLSS 5 is it's the future. I don't want to see artist intent. I just want to see 240 FPS and I need AI to generate all of the frames for me, please. Did microwaves ruin cooking? Of course not, we just deal with it. Same with Crimson Desert, shipped with the AI art. Oh. Did they also replace it or did they just say, okay? AI will be the same microwave subpar meal. Ah, that's what you say. That is what you're saying. Yeah. So here's another approach to this. Clair Obscur had a talk about the focus on the important things while making the game, right? So if you let humans work on the important parts of the game, like for example the fight scenes, the combat system, the sound, music and stuff like that, that is all front and center. But in the background, you have textures that people don't even notice because they are somewhere in the background, you know, or maybe the skybox or whatever. So all of these things that need to be there because they provide a bit of context, a bit of a flavor. What if those things are AI generated and you don't even realize? I don't know. I guess that is why I'm saying I think it's here to stay. You don't have to agree with it, but I think, especially nowadays, if with games being more expensive to make and stuff like that, people will find a way. And usually AI is the path of least resistance. DLSS shows the future because we will never get much more powerful consumer products, because the best hardware is going to those giant AI centers. Yeah, maybe, but we will see. We will see about that. The way I think about it is, if people can no longer get anything for their own PCs, I think somebody will figure out a way to do something about that, and it's going to be interesting, I think. And I'm thinking about, I don't know, maybe it's some kind of new revolutionary technology that's coming out of that is really easy to and cheap to produce. So something is going to come out of that, out of the problem, because consumers want the products, right? And somebody will figure something out to make that happen. Centralized gaming is coming. No. There are characters in Wind's Meat which have an AI behind them. Oh, you can talk to them and I think date them, so there's a gifting system behind it. And one player managed to convince an AI that his character is pregnant from the AI. No. I believe that Northern gives the money to the player for child support. No. Organic PCs. There we go. We're just going to use our brains as a CPU. And maybe we don't need a monitor. We will just, let the images generate in our brain. What am I reading? You're reading the future, Renderpunk. You're reading the future. Remember, there's a subreddit called My Boyfriend is AI. It's the future. That is the future. Which means we are probably going to slowly die out anyways. Because if we're not making children anymore because we have AI, well, that's just the end of humans anyways. Google it. I think he was not specifically asking what he's reading. I think he was just saying, what the hell is all of that? And why does it exist? Is that the Boundless one? No. Why don't I see a preview of that anymore? What happened? How to avoid paying child support for digital children in a nutshell. I read a lot about those AI systems that seem harmless. There was a website for AI chatbots, mostly female. Dude. When I scroll through Instagram, like a few times recently, you always get these weird AI chatbots ads. It's so weird. It is so weird. Like I'm like, people are already cooked because they're scrolling through TikTok and Reels and Shorts and whatever. The dopamine levels are already, sky high. And then you give them chatbots like this, and then you give them basically infinite porn and whatever. It's just not making us better humans. It is actually not good for humanity, is what I'm thinking. I think it's really, really scary. I think this is one of the things that should be really looked at and regulated, or even not outright banned, because banning things usually doesn't help. But something needs to happen. Oh yeah, why did I set this to 2023? There we go, it's fixed now. MS saying, this is the future. MS saying in the background, please take me out of here. I don't want to lose another tear. So when I say this is the future, I don't necessarily have to agree with it. I'm just saying it's here to stay. It's happening. I'm not engaging with it, but it is here, and we kind of have to find a way to deal with all of that. And I'm not sure how to deal with all of that. Oh yeah, I need to upset that. Let's see. Thor, business bear. By the way, if any one of you still hasn't written a review, and if you bought a game and liked it and played it, consider writing a review. It helps. I think if you got to 60 or whatever, that would be really nice. Let me just open up my achievements here, because there's a bug in the achievements. Oh my god, I have so many emails again. Oh my god, it's too much. So, achievements. Achievements, there it is. Imagine my shock when I was watching President's New Year speech and Chuk said, 2026 will be the year of AI in Kazakhstan. I felt something die inside of me. What did he mean by that, by the way? Is this something specific he's talking about, or it's just in general, like just AI everything? So this is what when I was in San Francisco, this is what I felt like. There was this huge euphoria around AI. Like everything needs to be AI. AI here and AI there, and I'm not sure this is. I'm not sure where we are going with that. I could ask an AI to write a review for me. Yeah, maybe if you want to do that. On investment will be going to AI infrastructure in 2026, medical sector especially. Okay, here's the thing. I was in a driverless taxi in a Waymo in San Francisco, and then right afterwards, we were in an Uber with a driver, out of flesh and blood and bones. And he was driving very recklessly, so in a weird way, I felt safer in the driverless taxi. So here's what I'm wondering about. Am I going to feel safer when an AI robot is doing an operation on me than a doctor doing an operation on me who is maybe 55 years old and was drinking a little bit too much on the weekend and isn't really sober yet, or still very tired because he only slept 2 hours? So who are you gonna trust more, the machine or the human that is not up to the task maybe? And there are not really other solutions or other people around to help you. That my gut says that I trust the human more, because the machine can just outright kill you because there might be a bug inside of the machine. But after feeling safer in the Waymo than driving with an actual driver, I'm not really sure. It might just be that I trust the machines more in some regards. Which is very strange. It just feels very strange. AI will misdiagnose me, screw up my health with medication I did not need, and I will be patient zero for AI level cirrhosis. So here's the thing. doctors misdiagnose people every goddamn day. Alright? Doctors make mistakes every day. And I mean, I've talked to a friend of mine who needed a doctor, and the doctors said they didn't believe her. The doctors basically said, you're just imagining things. And stuff like that, right? So, doctors make mistakes every day. And I feel like an AI would maybe make fewer mistakes. I think there should be a difference between a robot and an AI. A robot being used to cut away more precisely than humans, sure, why not? But an AI with a knife, no thanks. But what is the difference? Because I believe the Waymo is also working on an AI network, right? Because that's just how it can be. That's just how it is even possible in the first place. Because you cannot write an if statement for every possible edge case. That is just something where you need a neural network for that. So I believe there's no way where you can say, yeah, this operation can just be coded manually. I don't believe that is possible. I think you need a neural network for that. Where you just give a bunch of videos and a bunch of instructions and the human anatomy and let it train for a little bit in a virtual environment and then just let them loose. But so here's another thing. If you have a robot that does a specific task, then it is programmed by a human, and humans make mistakes. I believe at some point humans make more mistakes than AI. But I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about that. It's a confused enemy. So, are there any other achievements that are not up to date anymore? Oh my god, they are all fully localized. Oh no! But we have them here, right? I think we have them here. Like in the movie iRobot, AI should have rules. I believe AI should have rules, yes. But the problem is that AI is open source. And it's just too late. I feel like the genie is out of the bottle and you cannot do anything about it. Like how are you going to enforce rules for AI when it's just out there? It is what it is. German 12. Edit. But yeah, I wish there was an answer to all of this, but I guess we will see how everything develops. I feel like what Rennerpunk told us about, like we are all going to invest in the AI in 2026. That is a little that's a little scary. But yeah, we will see. Spanish. Oh, there it is. Spanish. An enemy confundido. All right. Especially AI has been caught cheating and lying. Yeah, definitely. AI is just making stuff up sometimes. It's definitely not helping. Oh my god, which one is the description? Why is there a question mark? Oh. Interesting, okay. Well. So why should it now listen to any rules? Yeah, that's a good counterpoint actually. Yeah, triggering of things is a really huge problem for consistency. Yeah, that's true. The reason for that is, and at least that is what I've learned, is because the context window is very limited. So if you, for example, if you keep talking to in one of the chats to Gemini or whatever, the longer you talk to it, the more it will slowly forget the context because yeah, there's a limit to the context it can have, which I find is really fascinating. A12. Give me the description. You see it at your work. Oh, are you also forced to use AI? Japanese. Japanese. Which one is the name and which one is the... Oh, okay. That's good. Okay, so what are the results out of that? Spanish, Latin America. Oh, there's no Portuguese. I can add the Portuguese ones, since we're already here. And I don't know how things work and nobody has time to show it to me. I just use Gemini GPT. Ah. They're delegating you to the chatbots. That's interesting, yeah. And in context of MS Dynamics stuff, they often tell you bullshit because of old data. If they aren't especially trained, right? Yeah, I can see that happening because usually a senior programmer doesn't really like to work with I'm not saying you're junior, but senior programmers usually don't like to work with junior programmers, so I guess in that way I can see them just delegating it. And yeah. Where can I set the achievements? The actual... Okay, that's good. Publish to Steam. I'm not even a junior yet. Alright. But I mean, I guess for learning it can help, but not if it's dreaming up stuff. Oh, there it is. Achievement localization. There it is. We also have Brazilian, Portuguese. There it is. For basic, alright, okay. Okay, I will download the file and then just add them this way. Brazilian Portuguese, download localization data, yes please. It's a VDF file. Fair. Open it up with Notepad, please. Thank you. That looks good. Brazilian Portuguese. Let's make sure I copy the right strings. A1 description. A1 name. If you have problems to solve and it gets a bit more complex, you notice that it works mostly with old data. Doesn't know the new UI, for example, it only remembers that function got removed. If you tell it, you can find it there. Ah, that's interesting. So it has a context problem? That's weird. Why do you bother to work with so many languages? Do you think it's best for the users to not just read English? There's a very simple reason for that. The most popular languages on Steam are Simplified Chinese, English, Russian, Spanish, Portuguese, Brazil, German, Japanese, French, Korean, Polish, traditional Japanese, etc., etc. So it's a very simple numbers game. If you want to sell more of your game, then you have to translate it into other languages. Because if you only have English, then you're only serving 22% of Steam. It's just a purely numbers game. If you had simplified Chinese, then you have like doubled that number. If you had Russian, then you have another 7%, Spanish, Brazil, another 5% in total. A little bit more for Japanese and German, and that's it. So if you have only English, if you're only providing English, then you're limiting the reach of your game. The thing is that even if you translate your Steam page, it automatically gets recommended to more people. So that is why you kind of have to do it if you wanna sell more of a game. Not everybody speaks English, yeah. And the second answer would be that I really like doing it, because every time I do it, I learn something new about other people and other communities and stuff. So I think it's always really fun endeavor. Now the negative side is that every time you make a change, you have to reach out to the translators again, which is a bit of a pain, of course. And it costs money every time. Most of the time. But I think it's still a fun thing to do. For example, for Japanese, I just really like working with Toyoh. Like he's such a good person to work with. And I learn something new about Japanese every time. And that is really, really, really cool. For example, I learned that in video games, Japanese is often not really translated at all. They just use the katakana, where they just use they just write the English word with katakana basically. And you wouldn't know that if you just use AI to translate it, because then yeah. Stuff like that is really, really interesting. Nice side effect indeed. Yeah, you learn about other cultures. Or for example, for Russian, it is so interesting to know that it's just whenever you have a sentence in English, you can expect it to be like 50% longer in Russian, just out of the gate. It's kind of the same with German, to be honest, but Russian just beats everything in terms of size, I think. And then you also learn that the Russian language needs a lot of gender context, and that's not very unique to Russian either. That's also in, what was the other one? I don't think Japanese is that gender context heavy, but Russian was definitely very gender context heavy. Like, even if a person is talking, it is required to know the gender of the person talking, stuff like that, because then it changes the structure of the sentence. I don't know, it's just very cool. Passes by. 20 disc. Oh my god, I missed something, right? Yeah. God damn it. I missed something. Let's see, where did we deviate? 3 description should be 2 description. Yeah. Okay, wait a minute. I can fix this. So this is the problem with this being 0 based and not starting at 1. Oh my god. So all of these are correct, right? Because I have 110. 10 is description, and that's the name. Okay, so it starts here somewhere. I'm just gonna copy it over like it is. 1 description. One name. Yeah. This is the description for 2. Yes. Okay, I made the mistake right at the beginning, so the cool thing about it is that I can just change the number afterwards. Okay, let's just keep going like that, and then I will fix the number. Can watch Mother while he hard codes and cooks in the background. It feels very microwavy. Vibe coding with Mother. Uh-oh. Vibe waving? I don't know. Maybe we're onto something here. Snooze that. 20. So let's continue down that path. 20 description, 20 name. Wave coding. It almost feels a little bit like surfing, you know? I'm just surfing this code wave. Oh my god. Only 7 more to go. Description is that. This is that. Then we have 24 description. Oh, avatar. 25 description. Speaking of translating the things for other markets, K-pop music is actually translated into Japanese and stuff like that to reach other markets as well, which I found really, really interesting when I learned about that. They're just releasing the song and re-singing it in Japanese, and then they just release it in Japanese again. I think that is really cool. Let's copy this down here and change it to 30. Okay, this is the name for 30. And then this is the description for 30. Cool. Okay, now I'm going to feed it to the machine. And I will say, please increase the number or decrease the number by 1. Zero name. I could just do it myself, I guess. Bum bum bum. Da da da. Da 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 da. Dum 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 dum. Did it do it? Don't look at us. Don't shout at us. Oh yeah, it did. Okay, cool. Copy that. Nice. Now I can upload it. Where is my Steam page? There it is. Localization Brazilian, please. Success true. So here's the thing. Steam is a multi-billion-dollar company. And when you upload a file here, it results in this JSON message, which is totally fine. It's totally fine. I love it here. Brazilian Portuguese. Is everything correct? Let's look at the last one. What? Yes. Yes. Cool. What about the first one? Just to double check. Oh, Brazilian Portuguese. Venkio uma paradita está consumado. Sounds good. Sounds good. We can publish that. Let's take a look at the differences. Brazilian is here, yes. Very nice. Publish to Steam. Really publish. All right. That is fixed now. Probably don't need to mention that in the thingy, but it's okay. Oh yeah, I want to make the Anubis unlock easier. Yeah. Yes. Okay, this one is already done, so we will look at these two next. Alright, but first, I'm gonna take a small break. See you in a bit. trying to flee, your feet get tangled up even more. The longer it takes to get killed by me, the harder it gets to turn off the show. Witness the strength I've been given, which I swore to me till it's proven that everyone is a believer, and at last the sun has risen. In the end you will be forgiven, that you ignored what has been proven. Even you will be a believer when you see that the sun is finally risen. There we go. So we're going to take a look at the unlock requirements of Anubis, because I've been told that they are too harsh. And if I remember correctly, I agree. If I remember correctly, I think that person is right. Let me close that again. Don't need it anymore. Nice. Okay, we have start collection, and then we have Anubis somewhere. Upgrade creatures at study. I mean, I don't think it's that bad. Let me see. We have a collection run. What was that? What is that? It is so weird because I feel like stuff keeps going wrong even though I'm not touching stuff. Anyway, give me a full list. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 upgrades in a run. Okay, I guess I agree. I guess it needs to be lower. Yeah. Let's go with 40. Where is the upgrade? NS data required total overcharges. Anubis. I agree that is too high. Okay, let's put it to 40. Alright. Yeah, okay. Decreased. Decreased requirement to unlock Anubis. Halved. Requirement to unlock Anubis thanks to... I don't know who this person was called. Let's check it out. Jason 300. Jason 300. I believe I remember this person playing Phase in Despair at GDC, if this is the same person, but it feels like it's the same person. There was one comment that I don't understand. Make it less addictive. I have 3.6 hours in it from one day. I don't understand. Is this a joke or what? I don't know what to do with that. Make it less addictive. Increase elemental damage modifier. Same with getting gold. Okay, which one of these has the elemental modifier? I don't know. I don't know if it's a compliment or not. It just he was in a, you know, he was making this this discussion thread, and all of the things he mentions are bad, or things that he would like to have changed, right? So in that context, it feels a bit weird. Like, do you really want it to be less addictive? What does that mean? I have no idea what to do about that one. Okay, Abaddon is this one. Abaddon. What? Oh, wait a minute. Attuned. Okay. We need to change attuned value. Where is that? Huh? He can't stop playing it, so at least make it with Cresttree. Yeah, I'm working on them, so it's gonna be fine. There was another one where I have 8 hours in the game, but only unlock 2 heroes. I mean, you can play custom runs to unlock them faster. I know that the journal has slow progress. That is what I'm aware of. But yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Find that abandoning an endless run should count towards the achievements. No. But anyway, the addictive comment was interesting. So where is the special ally setting? It just says attuned. Is this just a value that is somewhere in the code? I guess it is. Hard-coded. Yes. Levelweise suchen. Dum, dum. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, that is already plus 50%. What is happening there? That should already be 50%. Attuned. Oh, just the description is wrong. Cool. That's good. That's strange. Why did I forget about that? Keyword description attuned. It already has plus 50%. Let's check if that's true. Yes, 50%. Wait a minute. Lucky has 1.2. But in the description it says 50%. I feel like I changed the wrong line. So let's fix that as well. Oh my god. Mute is freaking out.
My milk tea also tastes very good.
Oh, sorry about that. Increase elemental damage on 50%. That was already the case. Increased, attuned to 50%. I will just try it anyways. Lucky to 50%. And gaining gold for dealing damage over time. Card bound, cell sword, sin, reprieve, inspiration, robber. I think this was it. Gained gold is 10%. Yeah, I think this needs to be 50% as well. That's a lot though. That is a lot. But yeah, let's do it. This is robber, which means the description is somewhere around here. Everything is 50% now. Although I do believe the better option here would be to just get all of the money a creature has. But I don't wanna tell my localizers to change that. So I'm just gonna change the number. That's fine. That is perfectly fine. So increase the tune to 50%, lucky to 50%, and robber to 50%. Thanks, Jason. 300. What else do we have? There was one bug. Look into what's oh no. Notice in endless mode. Upgrading a creature no longer works when resting. For example, the life points and attack doesn't go up but stay the same. When resting? Oh, when resting. I guess there's just a preview missing, or the preview is wrong. Ah, okay. Let's find out. Let's find a resting place. But I guess we need to be in endless for that. But yeah, I'm gonna take a look at that maybe on Friday or whatever. Okay. I believe that's it for it. That is it for the game changes today. we implemented all of the secondary effects. The next phase will be to just play the game a little bit and see if the values feel alright. Hopefully they do, I don't know. Next stream is going to be on Friday, and we're going to raid my friend Matt Jabio here. Just to see what he's up to. And I'm going to be back on Friday with another stream where we once again take a look at maybe the secondary effects and maybe fix some bugs. We will see. The big update is going to be bosses, so we might also just assign a few bosses. That sounds also fun. Alright, have a good day everybody. Thank you very much for hanging out with me today. It's always a pleasure. And see you.